down. I'm crashing down. I'm crashing down. I'm crashing down. I don't wanna fall again. I'm on my knees. They said a time can heal, but a run in circles. And I'm crawling back to you. And I'm going back to you. And I'm going back to you. And I'm going back to you.
Bring that beat back.
They said a time can heal, but a run in circles. And I'm going back to you. As I fell from the edge, and I'm crashing down. And I'm crashing down. I don't wanna fall again. I'm on my knees. They said a time can heal, but a run in circles. And I'm going back to you.
The existence of Magic the Gathering implies the existence of Magic the Scattering. Therefore, I ask for it because I must. Where can I find Magic the Scattering? I need to know. Because Magic the Scattering sounds like an interesting game, no matter how you look at it.
At Real Canadian Superstore, earn 25,000 PC Optimum points for every $100 spent on small appliances, home, and more. Plus, get a 10-pound bag of Farmer's Market potatoes at $1.79 each, and until this Sunday, get beef tenderloin at $10.88 a pound. Only at Real Canadian Superstore. Conditions apply. See Fly for details.
'Twas the season of chaos, and all through the house, not one person was stressing. Haul it differently this year with DoorDash. Don't want to haul it do the most? Haul it don't. More festive, less frantic. Get deals for every occasion with DoorDash.
You don't have to struggle alone. Get free confidential mental health and substance use support at canada.ca/mental health. If you or someone you know is thinking about suicide, call or text 988. A message from the Government of Canada.
Nothing feeds ambition like momentum. Whether it's starting a clothing line from home or a conga line in Hawaii. With CIBC Smart Planner, you can easily set goals and track your progress to get you started. Talk to us to see how we can get you moving. CIBC. Ambitions made real.
Tim's Holiday Smile Cookie is here. Until November 24th, 100% of proceeds are donated to local charities, community groups, and Tim's camps. Get one to give back to your community at participating restaurants in Canada.
How's everyone doing? I didn't realize you could do that. That's cool. Studio mode in OBS is cool. It's very powerful. I just wish it was more intuitive. Hello, Readinator. Yeah, like this is the thing you can only do in like. I'm not switching scenes. I'm just fading between them. Because you can do that with studio mode. You know what? I'm gonna kill the music. I'm gonna click that transition button, and then we're just gonna turn off studio mode because I'm gonna go because I'm ready to go. Welcome to Black Mesa East. We're playing with the commentary on. We're listening to all the nodes because honestly, why not? We're to listen to all those ones. That could hurt. It is a nice transition. I really
Now let me
like
call
it.
Dog. He loves to play fetch.
I'm sure he does.
Dog!
Risk. Looking back on Half-Life 2 now, 20 years later, it's sobering to reflect on how terrifying it was throughout much of the development. Game development is hard. You never really get what you'd like to have, which is be able to validate risk before you start to pile more on top of it. For example, our facial animation technology, it took probably 3 or 4 years of work before we were confident it was actually going to work. But we couldn't wait until then. In that first year, we immediately started making all kinds of other choices in our game design, our asset production, and our other technologies, all based on the assumption that our facial animation technology was going to work in the end, from a quality and performance standpoint. If it hadn't, many of those other choices wouldn't have worked either. At the same risk profile is true of other large choices we made early on. We can't wait. We just have to build and hope that our guesses will be true years from now. Terrifying.
That is terrifying.
Another one, Dog. Excellent. Go get your ball!
Dog is best boy. Can go get it? There you go.
Throw it, Dog. Good throw.
He is the bestest boy. Oh, that's not your ball. I guess that's their backup in case this happens.
I didn't tell you who'd be fighting, did I?
Have I played this before? Yeah. I've never actually beat Half-Life 2, but I have played it before.
Let's try something else. Dog, throw something bigger.
Oh, okay.
No, Dog. No, boy. Down. Put that down.
I could have caught that.
Oh my god, what was that? Scanners! Oh, Combine sweeping the area! We've got to head back to the lab. Come on, Gordon!
Felt like doing that. So they're just casually unloading into the building that we're going into right now.
Alex, do you read?
Alex! Honey,
What's going on in there?
where are you, Alex?
We're in the scrapyard airlock, stuck in a full auto cycle.
Is Gordon still with you?
He's right
Yep,
here.
right here. You
Good.
can see me.
I want you to
Dad?
take Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through Rafe.
Dad? Dad!
You hear that? We're going to Ravenholm.
Damn it! Dog, open the airlock. Get us
Which
out
is
of
about
here.
as far as I've ever gotten in the game, so that should give you an idea.
Hurry, now! Tear it apart if you have to. Just get it open. That's enough, dog.
Dog ain't gonna be able to get through here.
Come on!
Putting that out there. Dog was stuck if he didn't. One collapse, please.
Gordon, you need to get out of here. I can't leave my father. Dog, take Gordon to the Ravenholm tunnel, then circle around and try to meet up with me. Hurry!
Okay. Shit. This way appears to be a bit underwater. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yep, that's pretty much what I remembered. That's a body. Yeah, in reality, shooting a lock doesn't do very much. Unless you shoot it at the right angle and it's like a what's a master lock? Yeah. If you shoot a master lock from the top, it'll probably come undone. Hang on a second. Just one. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I just spotted something. Hang on. I need to go to my YouTube channel because I just spotted something. Okay, so this is Project Borealis. It's a fan-made what if for, like, episode 3, right? Check out this room he starred in. It's the same room. Right down to the graffiti being on the wall right there. It's the same graffiti even. It's better lit. You're on the corner and then it's outside. Loading transition in this one. Go around the corner, it's outside. In fact, welcome to Ravenholm. I just realized that it's the same map. Mostly. This is actually in, what's it called? Not Unity, but Unreal Engine. And it's like it's a slice. It's really nice, actually. It's a narrow slice of what could be a very great game. If you haven't, if you want to check this out, just jump on to like Steam. Project Borealis. If you own Half-Life 2, you can just install.
We used to be able to
it.
go right up there to raid.
It's worth giving it a go if you like Half-Life. Why am I offline? That's weird. Anyway.
As we finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab just wasn't working. It was far too abrupt. Eli's lab connected directly to the streets of the town where you'll be shortly, and the section you're standing in didn't exist. We had just made this promise at the end of Eli's lab: we don't go there anymore. And we liked the overall build-up we'd created. But when the player got to Ravenholm, they were immediately dropped into combat with zombies without any room for tension building. So we built this section and the subsequent tight corridors to address that in a way we were happy with. We slowed the pacing, focused on art and lighting, and got you ready to experience why we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
Add time? Oops. Oh.
As we finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab just wasn't working. It was far too abrupt. Eli's lab connected directly to the streets of the town where you'll be shortly, and the section you're standing in didn't exist. We had just made this promise at the end of Eli's lab: we don't go there anymore. And we liked the overall build-up we'd created. But when the player got to Ravenholm, they were immediately dropped into combat with zombies without any room for tension building. So we built this section and the subsequent tight corridors to address that in a way we were happy with. We slowed the pacing, focused on art and lighting, and got you ready to experience why we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
Why would you build those stairs? This whole section here is redundant. Anyway. Yeah, no, so I played through Project Borealis and I did not realize it was just this map recreated, and that's cool. Right down to those barrels being there.
Ravenholm Gameplay Focus. After watching many playtests of Ravenholm, we knew the core gameplay of the level revolved around the gravity gun and physics. Once equipped with that knowledge, we felt we could appropriately build the transition into Ravenholm and help the player learn and understand a bit about what the upcoming experience would be. This happens often. We build the level track, figure out what's working, and then design its prologue. We built the following set of rooms with that table setting in mind. The brutality of the tools we provide the player seemed to aid in setting the mood we were striving for, helping to shift the tone from the safety of Eli's lab to something darker and more frightening.
Bringing physics to the enemies. The physics traps in Ravenholm were some of the first gameplay elements in the level that we were really happy with, but they lacked player agency. It was the saw blades that helped us figure out what Ravenholm was truly about. With saw blades, the player was able to bring physics to the zombies instead of leading zombies into the physics. Once we had that understanding, Ravenholm evolved rapidly. We kept combing through the map, looking for anything, especially anything unusual, that could be turned into a tool or weapon for the player.
Player tools. By this point in the game, players have a lot of experience with Half-Life 2's physics, but they've just received the gravity gun, which provides a whole new way to interact with the physics objects in the game. We iterated on a variety of the physics objects that the player could play with, things like saw blades, the catapults, explosive canisters, traps, spears, and so on, and honed in on the ones that worked well with the physics gun and cut the ones that didn't. Then we went about stripping the levels of ammunition items so that the player had to rely on these objects to survive.
I always knew that was intentional. I just had to move. Oh, this will be fun. Actually disappointed. Okay, this works. The blade seems to be gone, though.
Contrived setups. There's a pretty obvious contrivance in a bunch of the gravity gun and physics object training. The player pulls a saw blade out of the wall with the gravity gun, and right on cue, a zombie stumbles around the corner, just begging to have a saw blade launched at it. Then the player crawls under a spinning blade trap to turn it off, and suddenly 3 zombies appear, taunting the player to switch the trap back on. We didn't have much time to iterate on this section, so we needed setups that worked for all players, not more open-ended ones that relied on them making the right move. While this kind of design has the potential to reduce players' creativity, in this case, we found that they didn't seem to mind that we forced their hand a little bit.
Yeah, that was because it was fun, though.
Paint cans. Once we started to succeed at making the gravity gun and physics gameplay the core of the Ravenholm experience, we started to go through the levels and look for objects that we might have overlooked as we were busy working with the really aggressive things like saw blades and exploding canisters. One of the things we found was the paint can, and it was simple enough for us to sort of reinforce player expectations by having the paint can splatter paint on the zombies when you threw one at them.
I never clued in that that was the thing they did.
Ravenholm's development. We began developing Ravenholm early in the production of Half-Life 2, so it went through more than one full development pass. The first version predated the gravity gun, with gameplay focused on traditional zombie combat using guns and some of the physics traps. We even planned to showcase Ravenholm at E3 in 2002, but the game was ultimately unveiled a year later in 2003. By that point, we had invested heavily in Ravenholm's art, something which we generally avoid until the gameplay is fully proven. So once we went back to Ravenholm with the gravity gun mechanic in mind, we were working with a lot of pre-existing level geometry that had been designed with a very different gameplay goal in mind.
Teaching flinches. Another memorable playtest and example of the danger of misteaching players occurred in Ravenholm. One of our design principles is for the game to respond to the player as much as possible. So when designing the gravity gun, it seemed obvious that if the player pointed it at a zombie and pulled the trigger, something should happen. It was simple enough to make it zap the zombie for a tiny amount of damage, causing the zombie to play its flinch animation, which felt good and responsive. Later, we watched a playtest where the tester discovered this interaction immediately upon arriving in Ravenholm, and interpreted it as a feedback that the gravity gun was hurting the zombie, which it was, just not very much. So they zapped the zombie again, repeatedly, shocking it over and over until it died. This is a slow, unfun, inhumane way to fight zombies.
I'ma be real,
especially where you're surrounded by saw blades and explosive canisters. Having learned our lesson, we removed that flinch animation, even though it meant losing that interaction between the zombie and the gravity gun. In this case, it was better to not have the simple interaction, rather than give the false impression that the gravity gun was an effective way to fight zombies. Even simple principles can require trade-offs when you get into the details.
Yeah, okay, there's no saw blades in here. Okay.
Grigori Plaza. This open plaza is one of the areas that was fully detailed in our first development pass. And when we returned to it, we wanted to preserve as much of the existing art as possible while designing a new player path that used all 3 dimensions, moving players up and down, through windows, across rooftops, and between buildings. It wasn't a large space, so we had to squeeze as much track out of it as possible. And since that started as an art-focused area, it was light on gameplay, and we needed to address that playtesters tended to fly right through it. And to top that off, it was already pushing our rendering performance budget with little room left for anything new. The challenge became finding small additions to slow the player down by adding threats around corners and into every nook and cranny of the level.
Yeah, okay, fair. The Project Borealis ends in this area here, and you end up going up there. There's an aperture thing hanging there. It's really cool. I really like it.
Fire Trap. This fire trap was originally intended as a visual showpiece for the fire system before a level designer repurposed it as a gameplay element for Ravenholm. It was almost cut many times during development due to the performance impact on the low-end PCs because of all the overdraw involved with the transparent sprites. In the end, there was a programmer who felt that it was important enough to the gameplay that it was worth doing the work to solve the performance issues and make sure we could get it into the game.
I genuinely love this whole thing.
We all went to Ravenholm. When fans talk to us about Half-Life 2, Ravenholm is often the most remembered section. Thanks to its multiple development passes and the density of the material in it, more members of the team are represented in Ravenholm than anywhere else. It was where we figured out how to apply our artistic pipeline to the set pieces and mood we wanted, how physics and gameplay combined with the gravity gun, how headcrabs and zombies need to evolve for Half-Life 2, and much more. Looking back on it now, it reassures our belief in individual empowerment over centralized design. Ravenholm is dense, highly efficient in its gameplay and artistic execution, and the sum of many small contributions by individuals who understood how they could push it just a little further with their own unique capabilities.
I'm trying to remember how you're actually supposed to get through here. I'm pulling a blank. Because I'm fairly certain that if I touch that, I get that. What am I missing? Because I most assuredly am missing something.
Fire Trap. This fire trap was originally intended as a visual showpiece for the fire system before a level designer repurposed it as a gameplay element for Ravenholm. It was almost cut many times during development due to the performance impact on the low-end PCs because of all the overdraw involved with the transparent sprites. In the end, there was a programmer who felt that it was important enough to the gameplay that it was worth doing the work to solve the performance issues and make sure we could get it into the game.
Aren't I?
Hallway cupboards. These junk-filled hallways were a simple solution to our need to slow the player down. With the constraint of preserving as much of the existing geometry as possible, combined with slow-moving zombies as the main enemy, it was tricky to stop players from just sprinting through here. Luckily, having Grigori as the crazed inhabitant of Ravenholm made these setups easy to justify. It makes good sense that he'd clog the stairwell to keep himself safe on the rooftops. In the end, Grigori's solution and ours were one and the same. Just throw a bunch of furniture in the way, because if it stops zombies, it'll probably slow the player down too.
It's a fair point, actually. anything up here worth? No. Okay.
Even with all the work we did to try and make a connection between this lever and the outside electric fence in the players' minds, some testers would still flip the lever and not know what they'd done. They'd even wander around, flip the lever back on, and wander around some more. With not much time to spend on making the connection clearer, we elected to just have the lever break off. This prevented players from undoing their progress and added to the feeling that Ravenholm was an unreliable and decaying environment.
That's a fair description of it, yes.
Poison head crabs. This room unintentionally introduces poison head crabs. We'd spent a lot of time crafting their proper introduction later in the level, but once we saw how well they were playtesting, our excitement got the better of us, and before too long we'd scattered them throughout the level. By the time we realized they'd appeared before their intro, it was really too late to rework it. Fortunately, a tight room of poison head crabs works as decent training, because their design avoids a common issue with combat training. Typically, players are stressed and they can get frustrated if they die repeatedly without understanding why. And sure enough, we encountered that problem when trying to train the player with both poison head crabs and their source, the poison zombie. However, poison head crabs can't kill the player by themselves. So while stressful, a room full of them at least avoids that frustration.
Fair enough. Hey there,
well
bud.
done, brother. Make free use of my traps, but take care not to fall in them yourself.
Will do.
Behind you! In Ravenholm, you do well to be vigilant.
Aware.
Car crushers. These car crushers required some adjustments and quite a bit of work to our physics damage system. There's always a challenge when big physics objects interact with non-player characters. For instance, if the physics can push the NPC, it might shove them somewhere they're not supposed to go, leaving them unable to recover. This isn't a big issue for something like a head crab, which can just hop out of a tricky situation, but for something like a zombie, it could mean they get stuck and end up helpless, flailing away in whatever gap they manage to wedge themselves into, which kind of kills the survival horror mood we're going for here.
Car crusher lifts. Getting the car crushers to lift the player was also tricky. See, the player is always being simulated by both the physics system and the game's movement system. Each time we update the player's state, we compare the results from both systems and decide which one is right, then sync them up and repeat. This allows the two systems to influence each other. Like when the player stands on a seesaw, the physics lets the board give way, or when they stand on the car crusher, it lifts them up. While more complex, this dual system approach was easier to tune than trying to handle both physics and player movement in a single system. By keeping them separate, we could fine-tune the player movement system to feel good on its own, only reconciling the two when physics was affecting the player.
You know, I think my favorite part about this is how the lighting on the cars changes when it's a physical object versus a static object. Like in a big way. Okay.
Better and better. I am Father Grigori.
Hi, Father
You have
Grigori.
already met my congregation.
I think they stopped being your congregation a minute ago. I'll be honest. I think they died, but when they stopped being your congregation. In absolute fairness. Haha. That was fun.
You meant no harm. But no harm done. My bullets are the least of your concerns.
I mean, he's not wrong, but also, what is this hallway?
Pacing switch. Now that the player's through the training section, we can start shifting the pacing from moody, claustrophobic spaces to more combat-focused action arenas. With the player familiar with the various physics tools in the environment, we can start mixing those into open spaces and just give the player the freedom to choose their approach.
You feel like there's stuff hidden back there and I just have to wait for the fire to go out? I don't know if that'll ever happen, though. Looks like probably not. Get murked. Oh, that's mean. Okay, fine, I'll jump down. A brick should be a useful weapon, I think. Cinder block, really, not really even a brick. I can hear them over there. Oh, it is. It has gone out. Good. Good. A cache. With a little bit of ammo. I do appreciate that. Can I climb back up there? Is there a ladder? Or even on this side? No, okay, so it does force me down. Oh, there's a ladder.
Although they call me crazy, I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength, and...
Tables and bodies. Towards the end of Ravenholm's production, with all the major pieces in place, we went through and tried to fill out every bit of empty space with something interesting. In doing so, we had to be careful to use what we already had and not create anything new, as we couldn't risk introducing more bugs. Often, as in this room, we were trying to add new moments of gameplay, while also adding more detail and storytelling to the area. Small scenes like this allow an attentive player to think about what they're seeing and what it might mean for what they'll encounter next.
I'll be honest, my thought seeing this is, oh, look, they were dissecting them to figure out what they do with them. But I mean, sure. Okay. There it is. I wish they gave us more power for the flashlight, although it does recharge at an okay rate.
Fast Zombie Introduction. This space was another area originally built for E3 2003, where it showcased the player fighting against a squad of Combine soldiers. When we returned to use it to introduce the Fast Zombie, we tried to keep as much of the previous work as possible. We wanted an iconic moonlit shot, with zombies leaping past the moon like werewolves to draw the player's eye. Once that beat is over, we introduce the first Fast Zombie to the player space and send it at them. It took a lot of iteration to find the right balance of lighting for the scene to look good, while ensuring it also worked for the gameplay goals.
Well, I'd say they nailed it, for what it's worth. Trying to work out where I need to go from here, but you know.
Physics object consistency. All physics objects have a variety of parameters that define their behavior: their mass, the amount of damage they take before breaking, what they break into, and so on. During development, these parameters were specified by level designers for each item, which is how most things in the game worked. But later in development, we realized we'd created a problem for ourselves. There were thousands of physics objects in the game, and no method to ensure consistency across them. As a result, a cardboard box might break apart with a single pistol shot in one level, and be completely invulnerable in another. Internally, we generally referred to these inconsistencies as level designer crimes. To fix these, and to deliver some justice, we built a system that enforced consistency on all physics objects based on their visual model. Since most of the game had already been built, we were forced to allow level designers to explicitly opt out of this system for rare edge cases where they needed to do something criminal to preserve what they'd designed. Internally, we refer to these designers as recidivists, some of whom perpetuate their life of crime at Valve to this day.
Lamau. That's kind of great, I love it.
Here, brother! Come closer.
Okay.
You've stirred up hell.
I have.
A man after my own heart. Here, I have a more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch! Good. Now, keep it close. My advice to you is, aim for the head. Hush. They come. There is no rest in Ravenholm. Move on and I will meet you at the church.
Okay. Oh, this thing has a dual fire. Okay. I did not realize you could fire both barrels at once, effectively doubling your damage. Slowest elevator in, like, anywhere.
Poison Zombie Introduction. Constraining the player in a tight space while providing them with a view outward is a useful way to increase the chances that they'll notice something we want them to see. Here, we draw the player's attention with the sound of a wail before the poison zombie itself becomes visible. Originally, this encounter was also the first time players faced poison headcrabs, but as mentioned in an earlier node, we got far too enthusiastic in proliferating poison headcrabs around the level and ended up spoiling their joint introduction here. In the end, however, these first encounters worked better as separate instances anyway.
You're saying... I can go that way, but I'm curious what's over here. A fence. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Gamma correction. Our game engine has a rendering system that's responsible for taking the entire state of the game and calculating a color value for every pixel on your screen to represent that state. But code and software from other people are involved in the process of calculating those pixels as well. As an example, the software and hardware in your GPU and monitor. At one point during development, we were unhappy with how our characters looked. In particular, we thought that they looked waxy or sickly. Their skin was wrong. We spent some time tuning our lighting, but we just couldn't get both our characters and our world to look right. Luckily, we still had a fully featured software renderer, which allowed us to run the game without a GPU, because this was an era where many players still didn't have one. And looking at the game on that renderer, we noticed that our lighting didn't have the same problem. So we went through our code with a fine-tooth comb, trying to figure out where our rendering code was doing something wrong when it was working with a GPU. After failing to do so, we tried talking to the GPU manufacturers, asking them to double-check they weren't doing anything wrong with the pixel values we were passing them. That was the start of a long journey, and long story short, it was a journey of almost 2 years of back-and-forth communication with GPU manufacturers before we were able to convince them that they were doing gamma correction incorrectly in the low-level math on their cards. During this, we'd even had to build a system that validated the color values of an individual pixel throughout the entirety of our rendering pipeline. But eventually, at the end, we finally got new drivers back from them, and our characters immediately looked like they should, matching the software render.
That is actually legitimately super cool. I love little tidbits like that.
At this point in Ravenholm, the player has learned all the gameplay elements available to them and can predict their interactions. This allows us to build more complex setups, providing a greater level of threat and more freedom in how the player can approach each scenario. This arena is a deliberately entwined space that the player will need to explore, and we use that exploration time to slowly ramp up combat intensity. The faster the player explores, the faster we ramp it up. The freeform nature of this design made it challenging to tune given the large dynamic range in how players played through it.
I see. You know, I was hoping that'd be more useful. So that just did that for me. Aha, that's what I'm looking for. I think. Kind of, maybe. Sort of. Ow. Not really what I was going for, that.
Engaged. Morphine administered. Depleted. Operations detected. Warning.
And I'm about to die.
Levels detected. Emergency.
At this point in Ravenholm, the player has learned all the gameplay elements available to them and can predict their
Good
interactions.
news is, I can't actually be
This
hurt.
allows us to build
at the
more
moment.
complex setups, providing a greater level of threat and more freedom in how the player can approach each scenario. This arena is a deliberately entwined space that the player will need to explore, and we use that exploration time to slowly ramp up combat intensity. The faster the player explores, the faster we ramp it up. The freeform nature of this design made it challenging to tune given the large dynamic range in how players played through it.
God damn it.
Playtester archetypes. Iteration and regular playtest were the lifeblood of Half-Life 2's production. Every week, we'd quietly watch over the shoulder of a player going through the section we were working on, taking notes on what worked and what didn't. It was important for us to test with a wide range of skill levels to be sure that we weren't making decisions that only worked for some. Over time, we learned to choose specific types of playtesters based on the development stage we were at. Early on, we used experienced gamers, usually teammates, who could handle rough, unfinished areas and were good at explaining their thought process. For combat testing, we'd find players of all skill levels, especially those creative in their usage with the tools. Finally, as sections became more polished, we'd focus on beginners, people who didn't play games much or weren't familiar with first-person shooters. Even if they weren't necessarily someone who might buy the game, we often learned something valuable from watching them.
Trying to figure out how to make that go. Oh! How'd I miss that? Didn't know there was extra help there. Yeah, you could have been more helpful that entire time.
The grave holds nothing worse for you.
God. I guess I just can't do that. Oh, the corpses are gone.
Minor lacerations.
Are you equipment? Okay. So what's in the basement then?
Lacerations detected.
This door came through ages ago. What? Now they're just reusing geometry. Okay, I can't actually find a way out of here. Other than this, I guess. Don't even. Good try, though.
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending.
Well, that's kind of... Got caught a... Dang it. Like, I understand what you're saying, but it still hurts.
There, brother.
It doesn't mean any slower. That's a very slow machine.
No, brother, step into the cart. The handbrake, brother. Release it and come down.
Interesting.
Greetings, brother. And so we meet at last. You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation. I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines. As for me, a shepherd must tend to his flock, especially when they have grown unruly. Follow me, brother, and tread lightly, for this is hallowed ground.
All right.
Response rules. We knew early on that we wanted a lot of dynamic dialogue in-game, so we needed a system to handle it effectively. We aimed for a system that allowed sound designers to add and tweak lines without involving programmers, made the dialogue tightly responsive to the game's state, and minimized repetition. With these requirements, we created the response rules system. Whenever a character speaks outside of a choreographed scene, this system determines which line to deliver. Rather than picking up lines directly, character AI is constantly flagging opportunities for speech whenever a relevant event happens. Spotting the player, getting hurt, firing a last round in a gun, encountering overwhelming enemies, and so on. With each opportunity, it sends the response rules system a packet of data about the game's current state, and the system returns the most fitting dialogue line, if there is any. This setup allowed our sound designers to create a detailed decision matrix for dialogue. For example, a character might have a different set of lines for announcing a reload while under fire versus after the end of a fight, or if only one ally is left standing, or if there's a strider in sight, etc. By the time we shipped Half-Life 2, we felt we'd only scratched the surface of this system's potential. It became a core feature of Episode 1's Alyx, and went on to power the dynamic dialogue in our later games, including TF2's classes and the cast of Left 4 Dead.
The real final arena. Very late in the development of Half-Life 2, when we were reviewing the entire game for final improvement opportunities, we decided we did, in fact, want a real finale for Ravenholm. The rooftop fight wasn't enough. After some discussion, we chose to add this final fight through the graveyard with Grigori alongside the player. It was risky, development-wise, but we felt the game needed it. Since we were near the end of production, we had a mature set of gameplay tools to work with. But even more importantly, by this point, we understood our own game. Making a game is often a process of learning what it is you're actually creating. Why is our game fun? How is it different? What are the most important elements? As we built the game and watched playtesters go through it, we learned answers to those questions and, in turn, got better at making it. So the Graveyard came together quickly and required far less iteration than many earlier areas of the game.
You meant no harm. Rest, my child. Follow me. Quickly, brother. Return to your true nature.
User dead. Imminent vital signs are dropping.
Uh-huh.
Hurry while I hold the gate. Go quickly.
Thank you.
Farewell, brother. I fear I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path. Look to your own salvation.
I like him. Freeze the shotgun. That should be a game.
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
No, it's a fair description of symbiosis. This game really likes headcrabs, you know that?
Minor lacerations detected.
So that was definitely telling me that I'm not supposed to be trying to get over there, even though I really, really want to. I don't think I can. Oh, this is useful. This one way out of the water.
Minor lacerations. Ammunition depleted. Warning. Vital signs critical.
Should have seen that coming. I'll be honest. Probably should have seen that coming. It's getting bright in here.
Sniper Alley. This section of Game Track was added late in development, after we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game. Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working. In some cases, such as in Ravenholm, entire sections were moved. And then, after Ravenholm was relocated, we needed a new piece to connect it to the coast, which is the area you're entering now. Given the time constraints, this short section was built using existing, proven gameplay elements, like snipers and combine soldiers. Sniper Alley. This section of Game Track was added late in development, after we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections. Sniper Alley. This section of Game Track was added late in development,
a game mechanic
after
here.
we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast.
We'll take damage while
you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game. Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working.
Half-Life 2's physics gave us a variety of tools to make combat more exciting. For instance, when enemies missed the player, We subtly redirect their shots toward breakable objects nearby, adding mayhem and creating that action movie feel. We also employed physics to add hints. We created what we called ragdoll magnets across the game to make enemy corpses fall in interesting and dramatic ways, such as off ledges or into the path of a train.
Snipers. The Half-Life 2 team was never very large, so we were always looking for ways to create new gameplay without high asset production costs. The sniper is a great example. It has no actual model, just a laser beam, so it required no art or animation support. When it dies, it simply spawns a Combine Soldier ragdoll and launches it out the window. Despite that simplicity, we got a lot of unique gameplay from it. We were especially happy with how it interacted with the physics objects in the game world. Players are used to exploiting explosive objects near enemies, so it felt fitting to have an enemy that flipped that dynamic when the player was in cover.
Yeah? Okay. See ya. Come on. Ooh, new gun. Not many bullets, but still new gun. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Nothing for the alt fire though. Go short, go short. Freeman is way too good at just figuring out how guns work, like, immediately. Like, this is an alien gun. There's never been anything else. He immediately knows how to reload.
Who's hurt?
Winston's been hit.
Patch him up and get him to the back as soon as he's stable. Gordon Freeman.
Yep,
it's incredible you made it. We've been getting communications from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again. Follow me. It's Leon. We're all clear. And I've got Gordon Freeman.
Gordon?
I've been on the line with Alex. Her father's been captured.
Oh no.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
Eli Vance is indispensable to the liberation.
I agree.
Let's kick off.
Alex, it's Leon.
I've
got Gordon Freeman with me.
That's an Asus. 12x CD drive.
Gordon, you made it through Ravenholm. Thank God. I need your help. They've taken my father. He's been taken to Nova Prospect. The Vortigaunts tracked the ship that made off with him and Judith Mossman. While the trains are still running, I'm gonna hitch a ride. Here's where you come in, Gordon. I need you to make your way along the coast until you get to Nova Prospect. It used to be a high-security prison. It's something much worse than that now. But I think it's still easier to sneak in than to break out.
You want him to take the coast road? He won't last 5 minutes on foot. It's spawning season for the antlions.
That's why I called you, Leon. I was hoping you still had the scout car we left with you last summer. The one my dad rigged with the Tau cannon.
Yeah, good idea. Hold on a sec. Norco? Bring the buggy out. Put it on the dock right now. Gordon Freeman will be driving it.
Will do. I just finished mounting an ammo crate on the back.
Good timing. Okay, Alex, we're all set.
Thanks, Leon. Gordon, I haven't driven the coast in over a year, but I have no reason to think it's gotten any safer. Meet me in the depot where the trains unload. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in Nova Prospect. Bye for now.
Bye, Alex. Okay, Doc. Before you hit the road, you might want to grab some med kits, restock on ammo, maybe check the map, see where you're headed. There's an ammo supply crate on the back of the car, if that's any comfort.
It is.
Stay with the car, make use of the thumpers. You'll stand a fair chance against the antlions. I'll radio ahead to let the next base know you're coming. Shore point to NLO. Shore point to New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa. Do you read? That map is out of date, but you can still see more or less the route to Nova Prospect. Can't vouch for the road, though. We've lost touch with some of the outposts. Shore point to NLO. Shore point to New Little Odessa.
I want to point out that it doesn't actually say where the hell the destination here is.
Shore point to NLO.
I'm pretty sure, based on my memory, that it's like...
You read.
That?
Shore point to NLO.
Coast kickoff. This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast. Noticing a trend? Quite a bit of the connective tissue in our games comes together late. In this case, that meant cutting corners wherever possible. We didn't even have time to animate Alex on the monitor. These kinds of scenes are always a challenge to make interesting, and we didn't succeed with this one. It's a good example of what happens when NPCs are treated like signposts without adding character to them or the scene. The result is a forgettable moment where the game's seams show. But that's the nature of development. You only have so much time, and you have to decide where to spend it. Kleiner's lab and Eli's lab were much more important, so that's where we focused our efforts.
Shore point to New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa. Do you read? Shore point to NLO. Shore point to New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa. Do you read?
I think this is the first exit sign I've seen in this game.
Shore point to New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. The car's all ready for you.
Buggy model. The Buggy's model went through many iterations before reaching its final version. We cycled through designs that satisfied both our artistic and physics simulation needs, but then hit an unexpected issue. Many playtesters, even experienced FPS players, were getting motion sick while driving it. Along with some simulation tweaks, we discovered that altering the Buggy model helped. The more the model obscured the world, the worse the motion sickness became. So we began stripping away parts of the model, removing more and more of the body until players stopped feeling sick. In particular, being able to see the ground through the missing undercarriage made a noticeable difference.
You know what's wild? One, I need to use the bathroom, but two, that isn't a thing that happens anymore. Look at Grand Theft Auto 5. The interior view. As time has progressed, and players play more games, especially driving games, the instances of getting motion sick, like they've explained here with this and with the airboat, that's largely gone away. The same thing's happening with VR. People are getting their VR legs, for lack of a better word, and things that used to be considered, sickening, they still are for new players, but for me, for example, I've got like over nearing around 1,000 hours in VR chat. You can't get me sick anymore. You can throw me in an airplane in VR, and do loops, and I'm fine. Not everyone can say that. Anyway, I'll be right back. I have returned.
Buggy introduction. We wanted something more engaging for the buggy's introduction than just having the player hop in and drive away. The crane helped with that. Crucially, we needed players to learn how to recover the buggy when it flips over, and this sequence forced them into that situation. Training under pressure is always tricky. We wanted to emphasize the antlion infestation as the reason to stay inside the buggy. So we kept the antlion threat active and provided a couple of citizens on mounted guns for support. A small bonus, players also get the experience of being lifted by the crane just before they'll get to operate one.
Oh, that's fun. Alright.
Good, here we go.
Training course. This training section was designed to let the player play around with their buggy. At the time Half-Life 2 was released, this level of physical simulation in the vehicle was novel, so we wanted to give players ample opportunity to experiment with it. The player has also just left the tight confines of Ravenholm, and we liked giving them the contrasting reward of being able to move quickly through a large space, feeling safe inside a vehicle. We made sure to retrigger a turbo jump to get out of this area, which doubled as a test to make sure they'd reached a level of comfort in their driving, and also ensured that they didn't leave their buggy behind.
Buggy physics. The physics for a buggy took a lot of trial and error. We wanted it to feel fast, even though its top speed was only about 35 miles an hour, so we had to do some cheating to make it work. We added extra vertical force to the turbo jump and a bit of kick to the rear when using the handbrake to power slide. Without those, the low speed meant the buggy just wasn't fun to drive. On top of that, the world was full of unpredictable physics system-driven chaos. Players were bound to drive the buggy into all kinds of collisions, so we had to make sure that they could always get out. This took a lot of experimenting and playtesting. In the end, we settled on a pretty goofy, unrealistic simulation that made the buggy more forgiving and harder to flip. Its center of gravity is super low, and the wheels, while they look like they turn a lot, actually don't. It was our first attempt at a physically simulated vehicle, and we learned a ton from it. Thanks to that, we were able to make the muscle car in Episode 2 much easier to drive.
Really? I've never played either of the episodes, so
Transition tunnels. Building the coast required us to develop a way to handle level transitions. To move from one level to another, we need to save everything in the transition space as the player leaves the first level and restore it in the next level after loading. Critically, we also have to save and restore everything visible to the player in the transition area, even if it lies outside the space itself. For this reason, we aim to keep transition spaces as small and enclosed as possible. In most of the game, a small room works well for this purpose, but on the coast, we needed a different solution. After some experimentation, we settled on dark tunnels. Besides being reusable in a believable way, the tunnels allowed us to add a bright light flare at the end to mask the fact that we can't render what's ahead of the player, because it exists in an entirely different level.
That's clever. I like that. I mean, nowadays we got much higher resolution screens. You can tell the level just ends there. Not enough lens flare, but...
Buggy sound engine. The audio for the Buggy was challenging because we wanted it to feel like a really powerful vehicle that's driving along at super high speed, even though the maps aren't really big enough to support that, and the Buggy doesn't really leave first gear, and it has a top speed of maybe 35 miles an hour. Now, in our defense, 35 miles an hour is still pretty fast, especially back in 2004. In addition to the speed, the driving inputs are really simple. So with a keyboard as your target input device, the player's controls are basically binary. So the Buggy's either accelerating or not accelerating, it's turning fully in one direction or not. So essentially, we need to create all this audio complexity to represent a simulation where the complexity doesn't actually exist. So we build a fake engine for the Buggy's audio. It's got its own transmission, and we combine the player's inputs with data from the physics simulation. We measure the torque on each simulated wheel, whether it's spinning or making contact, and we create a set of looping sounds and then carefully blend between them as the fake engine shifts gears in response to the wheel data. And we just basically kept trying different things. We added more complexity. We did some fine-tuning until the Buggy just feels more fun and sort of rewards you for that feeling of going fast. And most players, they don't really comment on it other than saying the Buggy sounds good, and to us that's the success, given the amount of craziness that was going on under the hood.
Numbers. Whenever possible, there's a lot of value in players feeling like they figured something out on their own. It makes the world feel more alive, rather than just a series of gameplay elements lined up for the player. If we can accept the risk that some percentage of players might miss an element entirely, we can take a more subtle approach. We took this approach with Thumpers, designing setups that players are likely to encounter but aren't forced to engage with. There are plenty of visual and audio cues, as well as inline reactions, to help the player understand what's happening. It doesn't guarantee all players will figure it out, but
yeah, that literally just happened.
Most did.
What did you miss? Ravenholm and getting out to the coast, basically.
Antlions. With the player driving the Buggy throughout the coast, we needed a pervasive enemy that could justifiably appear anywhere and act as a constant threat to keep the player in or near their Buggy. Antlions spawning from the sand were the perfect solution. Their high mobility allowed them to keep up with the Buggy for short bursts, unlike our humanoid enemies. Plus, they were very satisfying to run over.
They are very satisfying to run over.
Coast. We wanted a wide open section of the game for the Buggy, but we still needed a way to constrain the player's movement. Choosing a coastline gave us a natural boundary along one side of the map while still feeling open and expansive. It also helped visualize the effects of the Combine's extraction of Earth's resources. Playtesters still tried to swim out to sea, so we added leeches to deter them. The leeches couldn't be a real avoidable enemy that players felt they could fight, so they're a bit magical. Players generally understood that they were pushing the game's boundaries, so we didn't overdevelop them.
I'm trying to swim out to sea. God dang it, guys.
Grenade House.
A lot of a Half-Life game is about giving players slightly novel combat experiences around each corner, even if they're just small tweaks on previous ones. They don't all have to be skill-based challenges. Sometimes they can just be fun moments where the player gets to enjoy themselves. This grenade house is one of those moments, with the twist being that we've inverted the usual setup. Instead of letting the player drop grenades on enemies below, we've put the enemies above. The unlimited grenade box is a somewhat clumsy way to encourage players to engage with the scenario, but its invulnerability also ensures the players can still climb up to the floor above, even if they've blown up everything else.
Suppose I could have just gone in the front door, huh?
Toxin levels detected. Automatic medical systems engaged. Morphine administered.
So this is an entirely optional side thing, isn't it? Yeah, probably. I just realized, yeah, the water level clearly used to come up to here. Interesting.
Antlion design. In some of the earliest design work for the game, we had plans for multiple core alien races, with the Combine being just one of them. One of the other races was a religious insectoid species, and antlions were part of that. Later, as we developed Coast, we started viewing them more as pests that came through the Zen portals, along with headcrabs and other creatures. While they aren't actually from Zen, they infest the corners of any world they enter, a lot like cockroaches.
They do be like that, though.
Buggy sound design. The sound design for the Buggy was based on samples from an old 1968 Camaro.
Ooh.
And we chose that car because they have these amazing V8 engines with just huge pistons. And there's not really another sound like it. It has this sort of gutsy, visceral sound that we were looking for. The transmission also has this really wonderful mechanical whine when it stops accelerating. And that combination felt really responsive within this basically binary input system that we had to work with. So the fake engine transmission wasn't modeled after a real-world car. Instead, it was just designed as a simple system to reward the player for holding down the accelerator. So it's like a looping escalator that produces a rising tone, constantly building tension and shifting gears whenever the tone needs to restart. And since the player would quickly run out of space in our relatively small maps, the goal was just to make accelerating fun for a short period of time.
Open world loot. The openness of Coast introduced a new problem for us in how we distributed item rewards. In a Half-Life game, we typically reward players for exploring. If you see the way forward but notice something off to the side, there's probably something useful if you take the time to search. When we first started playtesting our Coast maps, we tucked rewards away in the corners of the outdoor areas. However, this led to a worse experience with the Buggy. The wide open spaces meant there were always lots of small areas that looked like they might contain something, and players kept stopping and getting out of the Buggy to search. It became tedious and interrupted the fun of the level. So, we removed those scattered rewards, but this raised a new problem. How do we tell the player when it's worth getting out of the Buggy? After some thought, we established a rule. Any kind of human construction would always come with gameplay content and exploration rewards, while purely natural areas would be left empty. We couldn't tell players this directly, but it aligned well with their natural assumptions, and we reinforced it consistently with areas like this.
So what you're saying is I should go back to the boat.
Buggy birds. In one memorable coast playtest, a player returned to their vehicle after exploring a house and happened to see a bird flying past. They yelled at the bird, telling it to stay away from their buggy, complaining that birds often foul up their cars in real life. In our post-playtest discussion, we realized that this was the first time we'd had objects separate from the player that the player actually cared about. We saw it as an opportunity to explore, so we built a system to deliver the moment that playtesters fear. When the player leaves their buggy alone for a while and is out of sight, we spawn a seagull at a random location on the vehicle frame. As time goes on, the seagull spawns poop decals on the car body beneath it, and continues until the player returns, at which point it flies away. Naturally, playtesters wanted to be able to clean their vehicle, so we added the ability to wash the car by driving it into shallow water. It was late enough in development that we already had the tech for all of this, so the feature was quick to implement. It's one of those cases where we know only a small percentage of players will discover it, but if we can implement these kind of details efficiently and have enough of them, most players will encounter at least one.
That is hilarious, and I love it. The fact they went through the trouble to do that is wild. Genuinely, that is amazing. I love it. Oh my god, guys.
Boathouse. In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe enemy behavior when you're not the one that's being threatened. This first encounter between antlions and Combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the Thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the Thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the Thumper while engaging with the antlions.
That's fun. So you can't steal this thing. At least they indicate that, you know, it's a thing you do, you might be able to because it's locked and not just, you know. But yeah, the water level's gone down a lot. These are boathouses.
Boathouse. In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe enemy behavior when you're not the one that's being threatened. This first encounter between antlions and Combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the Thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the Thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the Thumper while engaging with the antlions.
Dang, I was kind of hoping they'd hide something on the boat. Ah, you dang bird. That engine ain't running anymore.
Hurry, get in the basement. We're expecting gunships at any moment.
Yeah, I know.
Colonel Cubbage will be glad to see you made it.
I caught the guy that was spying on you.
This steerable rocket launcher is our best bet for taking down a gunship.
All right.
Hello. I'll be right with you. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Using the laser guide, you can steer your rocket past the gunship's defenses and prevent it from shooting down your rocket. This will only anger it at first, but if you can survive long enough to make several direct hits, you'll be rewarded with a prize worthy of any mantelpiece. Now, who's going to be the lucky one to carry it into combat?
I will.
Ah, yes. Gordon Freeman. I couldn't have asked for a finer volunteer. Colonel Odessa Cubbage at your service. Gunship! Damn. Let me just send a police to Lighthouse Point, and then I'll come right up and lend a hand. Go on. Teach that gunship a lesson it will never forget.
Odessa Cubbage. Odessa Cubbage is an example of the kind of cameo character we found works well. He's an entertaining guy with some entertaining details, living inside his own little bubble. Since he doesn't leave his scenario, he's free to be exaggerated enough to stand out. We started with his model, which was repurposed from a cut section of the game, and named him after the title of a spam email we received. The model was originally a Norwegian fisherman, and it didn't quite fit as an Englishman, so we slapped a mustache on him, and in that moment, Odessa's character was born. He's ultimately a charlatan, with everything about him being fake. His accent, his mustache, everything. He would never put himself in danger, making him the perfect person to hand Gordon the RPG and explain exactly how to use it.
That's kind of silly, and I love it.
Laser-guided RPG. The laser guidance feature of the RPG was a huge headache for us because it was difficult to teach. Many playtesters would fire the RPG and then immediately duck behind cover, which meant they didn't see the rocket's flight path. Even worse, they didn't realize the rocket was now turning around to fly back at them. We tried various HUD elements and laser dot indicators to help, but found that most players overlooked them, focusing on the enemy instead. We made as many small improvements as we could, like emphasizing the feature in Odessa's speech and enhancing the audio and visuals around how the gunship shoots down direct RPG shots. While these changes helped some players grasp the feature, we never reached a point where we felt confident that almost everyone understood it. We even considered cutting the feature entirely, but gunship combat without it was much less interesting. The laser guidance forced the player to keep the gunship in sight while the rocket was in flight, but that also meant the gunship had line of sight back, creating a tension we loved.
Okay.
Flying vehicle audio. The large flying enemies in the game present a unique audio challenge. During combat, they're much more mobile than other enemies, and they often move a significant distance away from the player. They're also really dangerous if they have line of sight. So these factors led us to focus on an audio solution specifically around occlusion. In other words, when you can see the enemy and when the enemy can see you. And we wanted to make a clear audio distinction between when they have that line of sight. So the flying vehicle engine sounds are made up of multiple looping sounds that we play simultaneously. And some of those loops are processed by the DSP system based on the space you're in, while others are played directly and unprocessed. So the DSP system adds more of an environment echoing effect when we run sound through that system. So when the flying object is occluded behind something, can't see you, we increase the percentage of loops that go through the DSP processing, and it sounds like that object is a little more distant. And then when that enemy emerges from behind an object and it can see you, we play more of the direct sound. So that overall just gives you a sense that the sound is either distant and directionless or more directly in your line of sight. And you can sort of hear it when a helicopter emerges from behind a building. Ideally, you can really hear that difference.
Combine gunship. The gunship was an interesting problem. We had a helicopter flight model already and didn't really have time to build something completely new. So we tuned the helicopter's flight model until it felt different enough, and then derived the gunship's organic animation state from the values coming out of that simulation. We also tried to keep it as truthful as possible. For example, there's a limit as how much it can turn its head to aim its cannon, and if it needs to aim beyond that, it has to alter its flight path to bring the cannon around to bear. It's not allowed to just cheat. The other key feature was its engine sound. We have sound spatialization, so the player can tell roughly where it is, but the gunship is a fast-moving object, and it's up in the air, away from any nearby reference points. As a result, it can be hard to tell exactly how far away it is and how fast it's moving. To fix that, we added a Doppler effect to the engine sound, pitch shifting it based on the gunship's velocity relative to you. It's a subtle effect, but it's extremely effective at subconsciously helping you perceive the gunship's location and direction, critical information letting you know that you're being hunted by it.
See, the brain does actually super pay attention to the Doppler effect, and it can tell, like, even at walking speed. It's wild how good your brain is at that stuff.
Well, that's that. I gather you've disposed of that gunship, Dr. Freeman. Your reputation, sir, is well deserved. I shall have someone open the gate for you immediately, so that you can drive on. I understand that Dr. Vance is in great need. Use extreme caution when approaching the bridge. Radio silence from that outpost leads me to believe it has come under Combine control. Still, you're clearly the right man for the job. You'll make it through if anyone can. Farewell. And please tell Dr. Vance that Colonel Cubbage regrets not having been able to rescue him in person.
I'm sure.
The Freeman must now hurry on. The Eli Vance is held in distress most dire. Is there reason for delay?
Can you charge my suit? Okay.
LO to Lighthouse Point. LO to Lighthouse Point. Come in.
Thank you.
This is Colonel Cubbage. Come in, please.
We shall prevail.
He did what I asked. That was great. I love it.
Drive safely.
Thank you. Goodbye. Actually, before I go...
Get going, Dr. Freeman. We know Eli Vance is depending on you.
I know, but I want to go up here and loot this. And then go up here. Because I can.
This is Colonel Cubbage. Come in.
So what did you spill on your laptop? The keyboard up. Mountain Dew? Were you having a gamer moment? Were you also eating some Doritos? It's never good when the game stacks people power.
B2 Coast 04. This map was actually the first area of coast that we built, before the crane and other elements existed. The drained seabed and rusted ships were some of the earliest pieces of art direction we developed. Years later, we showcased the map in our 2003 E3 demonstration, though much of the gameplay was still being figured out at the time. As a result, when we began building out the entire coast section, that demonstration became a useful vision for us to work toward.
Audio over distance. The large-scale spaces in the coast maps led us to seek an audio solution for how sound changes over distance. So, for instance, in these maps, an enemy can be well over 100 yards away, and their gun should sound different at that range than when it's up close. We decided to store our sounds in a single stereo file with the near sound in the left channel and the far sound in the right channel. And then during playback, we crossfade, or we change the proportion of sound you hear between those two channels based on the player's distance from the sound. And it was a simple solution that worked well. It helped us with memory constraints. You can easily hear it in action. Just listen to how a Combine soldier's gunshots change as you drive towards them.
That's actually really clever. I kind of love that. Like, that's not what you would never do that today, because you don't need to do that. That's an example of an optimization which is not worth it anymore.
We wanted the buggy to be more than just a means of travel, so we decided to attach a gun to it. We chose the Tower Cannon, a Half-Life 1 weapon we liked but hadn't found a place for it in Half-Life 2. The Tower Cannon can shoot through walls, which makes it tricky for level design, so we limited it to the coast section. Once you introduce wall-penetrating weapons, level design becomes much tougher. Furthermore, we mounted an ammunition crate on the back of the buggy, giving the player unlimited SMG ammo throughout coast. This was especially helpful for playtesters who struggled with the infinite antlions spawning from the sand.
Got him.
Crane. The crane took a lot of fine-tuning to get right. Something that needed to generate so much physical force was always risky, given the limitations of our rigid body physics and destruction technology. For example, the magnet was never going to fully meet player expectations for something with that much mass. But because the crane was stationary, we could carefully choose everything within its range and fine-tune as needed. Fortunately, most players didn't seem to notice its rougher edges, likely because of the sheer novelty of interacting with something like it in a vaguely realistic physics environment.
Feels like there's a different kind of game dev now that makes it much. Oh, absolutely. But I mean, a big part of it is just because, like, remember, this game had to work on a computer with a 500 megahertz Pentium 3 with no graphics card, with no graphics acceleration. It had to work entirely just like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Actually, what is the actual minimum spec? Hang on. Might be a Pentium 4. Yeah, Pentium 4. A 2 gigahertz Pentium 4. With no graphics. I mean, it says it requires an NVIDIA GeForce 6100, but they've already said multiple times, you know, we have a software renderer. So, like, a lot of it is just that I guess more seen in almost an indie dev perspective now because it's factoring in even continuity. Like, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, the reality is, like, Half-Life 2 and this whole era of games had to, like, today you can take for granted there's going to be a graphics acceleration built into the machine, whether it's on the CPU or not. It exists. It supports DirectX, OpenGL, probably Vulkan. Anything in the last 6 years or so does Vulkan on Linux further back. In fact, you can go way further back on Linux for Vulkan support because the way the Linux drivers are built, older hardware gets new features if they're physically capable. So like my 6770M hasn't worked for many years. It's very dead. But in theory, if I got that working again, it could do Vulkan. Might not be very fast, considering we're already past the 6000 series a second time. But it can do it. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah. And they definitely went for style points too, but a lot of them make it good game.
Ramming with the buggy. Our physics system is based on rigid bodies, which means it doesn't support any deformation or destruction of objects. If a physical object is hit by something, it can move if allowed, but otherwise nothing happens. So, when you drive the buggy through a glass window, we have to employ some trickery to make things work as expected. Because the window is fixed in place, the physics simulation will actually bounce the buggy off the window. But it does notify our game system that a collision occurred. The game system handles destruction, so it breaks the window into glass shards and tells the physics system to start simulating them. Crucially, the game system also tells the physics system to restore the buggy's state to where it was before the collision. This ensures that the next time physics is simulating, the buggy will drive freely through the now destroyed window. This process does produce a one-frame hitch in the buggy's physics, as it briefly stops and is teleported back to the instant before the impact. We're sorry if knowing this has made Half-Life 2 totally unplayable, but after watching playtests at the time, we decided we actually liked the momentary hitch. It added to the sense of impact.
It does, actually. That's actually a trick that's commonly employed in a lot of first-person shooters that came after Half-Life, where every time you kill an enemy, the game will hitch for a second, and that's intentional. Because it makes it feel like there's more of an impact. I don't necessarily agree with it when it's massively overused, but it is a thing.
Opportunistic moments. Some memorable moments in the game come from the interactions of multiple game systems, but sometimes we realize these moments are likely to happen only rarely. When that's the case, we often wish more players would experience them. There's a tension here. The more we know players will encounter something, the more effort we can put into it. But if it feels too artificial, the moment can come across as forced, and players may not respond as positively. The gunship cinematic death is an example where we nudge things a bit, trying to increase the chances of a memorable moment without being too obvious. The design of this area and the gunship's flight path make it likely that the player and the gunship are in the right spots when it dies. If they are, we trigger the gunship's crash into the cars. If not, it dies in the usual way. It's totally gamey, but playtesters didn't seem to mind when the moment played out well.
Gunship didn't die though. I agree, yeah. And yeah, I think Half-Life 2, and even more so the original Half-Life game, are very much products of the time. There's a lot of things that they did then that they either wouldn't have to do today, or if they did do today, would be done differently. Like, just, for example, nowadays, like, the reason the buggy is so bare, the reason it's just pipes, is because players in 2004 were getting motion sick. Meanwhile, Grand Theft Auto 5 doesn't have that issue. For most people, Grand Theft Auto 5's interior view is entirely fine. And they didn't have to employ the same tricks to make it good. They didn't have to do the same thing to make it so that the players didn't get sick. Buggy, car, you know what I mean. Grand Theft Auto, like that really shows the difference between 2004 and 2014. I think. It's 2014? It feels like, I think it was 2014. GTA V release 2013. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out 2013.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The Manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on its behavior until it was fun to drive against. Roller mines aren't particularly dangerous to the buggy, but if you let them stack up, they can become a problem, especially near a cliffside. We also made sure they worked well when the player's on foot, allowing level designers to get a few extra encounters out of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For the same reason as we're probably never going to see a Half-Life 3, we're probably never going to see a Half-Life 2 Episode 3. GTA 6 mean, we're actually getting a GTA 6. That's huge. We're getting the next game in the Elder Scrolls series. That's huge too. I don't even like them. That's huge. And they're both going to be, I think, initially disliked. Everybody and their mother is going to buy it. But it's going to be initially disliked because it's not Grand Theft Auto 5. And it's not what they have held in their heads for a decade now as what GTA 6 should be. Half-Life 2 Episode 3 and Half-Life 3 are on a whole nother tier above that. I say that. I think that we will eventually someday get a Half-Life 3. I think they will do it. But it's going to be a case of, it's going to be, as Gaben has said, they make a new Half-Life when the technology is right. A new Half-Life game comes out because there's something new to show. Half-Life 2 was more or less, GPUs are good now. Half-Life Alyx is, VR can be really good if you do it right. Right? That was fun. I've been saving that. Probably should have saved it for later, but...
Ambush.
Hopefully an appropriate trickle of content related to GTA 6 and the product of... Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what Half-Life 3 would have to be. They would have to have a half dozen trailers, a demo, just everything to set expectations. And I think, honestly, Alyx has probably helped a lot in that regard. Because it is another Half-Life game. And I think that it's really helped set expectations about what they would do, what they can do. Alyx was, I think, the first step.
The general challenges of a Half-Life style FPS is that the player is constantly moving forward into spaces they don't know. This means that when they find themselves in combat, they're in unfamiliar areas with no knowledge of how to approach the fight. We use many different methods to help the player with this problem, and this ambush is one example. Upon arrival, the player fights a group of Combine among these houses. During the fight and the exploration afterward, the player has the chance to learn the arena layout. Then, when the player explores up into this attic, we spawn a second wave of Combine. In that second fight, the player now has the advantage of knowing the layout, allowing them to make more tactical decisions in defending against the ambushers.
They killed themselves with the grenade. I'm not seeing a tumble with Half-Life fans compared to GTA and the cultural zeitgeist. And you're not wrong. Yeah, and that's absolutely true, but also, that's also just because Half-Life 3 is not achievable yet. GTA 6, we know when it's coming, give or take. Half-Life 3 is still an unknown. I think what'll happen after GTA 6 releases is everyone will be saying we got GTA 6 before we got Half-Life 3. And it will definitely help. That'll definitely help to make it so people are more okay with Half-Life 3 coming out. But there's still the expectation of it's gonna happen. Half-Life Alyx, I think, soothed a lot of the people going, I want more Half-Life. Didn't care, but it soothed. And that's a big deal, I think.
Crossbow. This is the player's first opportunity to get the crossbow in the game, and looking back, it's somewhat surprising we didn't gate it. It's entirely possible for the player to drive right past it. To make that less likely, we set up the roadblock and vantage point to encourage players to get out of the buggy, at which point they'd spot the crossbow and item crate. Playtesting showed that almost every player stopped and collected the weapon, but this is a case where the difference between playtesting and real play might matter. A playtester who's been playing since the start of Coast may not be as fatigued with exploration as someone who's been playing from the very beginning of the game. So, we placed another crossbow a few levels ahead, directly on the player's path in Nova Prospekt.
Well, we haven't gotten to any nodes that mention it yet, but I did hear from others. They do actually talk about episode 3 in the commentary for I think episode 2. I'm not sure though, but they talk about what they were planning for episode 3, and that they even began development of episode 3, and then they got distracted. They made Left 4 Dead, and then they felt it was too late. The hype had died down too much. How incorrect were they? They didn't make episode 3 because they got distracted and made another game first, and then thought it was too late to make episode 3. Or Half-Life 3.
Gas station. We had grand plans for this encounter. We envisioned building a gas station that the player would fight around, likely igniting the gas tanks and setting fire to everything. We imagined the player driving away from a raging fire, but budget and performance were harsh constraints in 2003, and the station had to keep getting smaller and simpler to fit into Coast's large levels. Our plans for a dynamic fire system didn't materialize, and building it no longer made sense. There's always a limit to how much work we can justify for a single encounter. In the end, the only remnants of our original vision are the explosive gas tanks.
Damn. Yeah. Honestly, though, given what we have today, that's not out of the question. They absolutely could do that. The performance constraints of Episode 3 need not continue. Because, like, I think Episode 2 released in, like, 2006. Might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was, like, 2006. It has been... 18 years? Hardware's gotten better. Half-Life 2 Episode 3 could look just amazing. And then the assets in that could be pushed forward into Half-Life 3. Honestly, given that it's been 20 years since the release of Half-Life 2, I wouldn't put it out of the possibility. I think that if we're going to get a Half-Life 3 in the next couple of years, it'll probably be on the anniversary of Episode 2 dropping. I think it'll be the anniversary of Episode 2, and just boom. Episode 3, here you go, have fun, now available, let's go.
Area portals. One performance challenge we faced in Coast was handling wide open spaces that included buildings with highly detailed interiors, or at least they were detailed by 2003 standards. When the player was outside, we wanted to allocate as much of our budget as possible to rendering that space, without losing resources to the building interiors. But unless we were willing to board up every window and door, the player could still see inside. To solve this, we created a feature called area portals, placing one in every open window and door. An area portal pre-computes a flat image of the building's interior, and during play, when the player is some distance away, the area portal displays this pre-computed image over the window or door, allowing us to skip rendering the actual interior. As the player approaches, we smoothly crossfade between the area portal's image and the building's actual contents. With careful use, area portals helped us to meet our performance goals on Coast, along with the occasional door that closed itself behind you.
It's not expanded Vice City, it is just Vice City. I mean, it's a newer take on it. We've been, like, to all the cities in the game at least twice now, so. Other than, I think the first one actually just took place in Chicago or New York, and then the second one actually just took place in London. But, like, point is, yeah, it is just an expanded Vice City. I think it's set in, like, modern day Vice City, though. Or at least mid-90s, late 90s, maybe? I might be wrong. Yeah. I mean, there's probably far more to it. Honestly, given the scale of Grand Theft Auto 5 and the fact that it's been 11 years, I would not be surprised to see them turn around and just, like, do not quite a scale model of, like, Florida. Like, they can do that. They have the budget. They have the time. They've had the time. They started development before Grand Theft Auto 5 launched. They've had the time to do a scale model of Florida. To give you an idea, Grand Theft Auto 4 launched. Grand Theft Auto 5 was, give or take, halfway through development already. Grand Theft Auto 5 launched. GTA 6 was like 3 years into production already.
Occlusion. In Half-Life 1 and much of Half-Life 2, the world consisted mainly of enclosed tunnels and corridors, which worked well with a binary space partition, or BSP tree. Essentially, this tech allowed us to quickly sort through the geometry and determine what might be visible in the player's view. But the open areas in Coast and other outdoor sections didn't suit that approach, so we needed some new tech. Area portals were one, allowing us to carve out the world into discrete chunks separated by portals. Doors and windows, that is, not aperture science ones. We also developed an additional occlusion system, which basically said that if the player can't see through, over, or around a large object, don't render what's on the other side. This might seem an obvious thing not to do, but it takes some work to make sure that calculating what's on the other side of the big thing isn't slower than just rendering everything. So to make that calculation fast, level designers placed large occlusion volumes inside major terrain shapes and big occluding objects like buildings, and during rendering, we could then test the bounds of entities against these volumes to avoid rendering anything the player couldn't see.
Nowadays, that is actually handled just more or less automatically, because the computation can be done extremely quickly on modern hardware. So it usually just makes sense to just not render whatever is being covered. I mean, you still can. There's nothing stopping you from doing this. But nowadays, the tech has changed in a way that makes that a little bit less like that, more or less. I mean, in fairness, well, that's an interesting bug. In fairness, Nico Bellic is mentioned in GTA 5. Also, one of the brothers that Nico works with is actually in GTA 5.
Terrain and performance. Our performance budget was often a significant constraint when it came to combat, and even more so for combat on terrain surfaces. When NPCs move, they perform many small spatial probes to determine if they can safely navigate their chosen path. To help visualize it, imagine they can't see and are constantly waving a stick in front of themselves to check if the way is clear. The performance cost of these probes increases with the complexity of the world geometry. Our terrain displacement system creates uneven surfaces using many polygons, far more than the perfectly flat floors found elsewhere. This meant that NPCs moving on coast terrain were more resource-intensive than in other areas, and that constraint dictated the scale of many encounters in this section of the game.
You know, I find interesting is the unlimited rocket ammo it's giving me here.
Detail objects. Once we had outdoor sections running, it was clear they needed some form of high-frequency detail, so we added small foliage elements, like grass and shrubs, across the displacement terrain. But we knew we couldn't afford, which is to say we didn't have the time, to hand-place them all. So we built the detail object system, which generates small foliage elements automatically based on the displacement material.
Build dots.
Each material specifies the type of foliage to place, along with a set of parameters. At map compile time, the system calculates random points on the surface and selects foliage to place there. Given performance constraints, there was still a fairly complex hand-authoring process for foliage texture sheets, allowing us to render all of them in a single pass.
Here's the thing, though, with Rockstar, is they've very clearly defined the 3D universe and the HD universe, right? GTA 4 starts the HD universe, GTA 3 starts the 3D universe. Then there's also the 2D universe. We don't talk about that. The only character that has ever made the jump between the two is what's his face on the radio? Vice City's protagonist will never appear in GTA 6. Unless they've decided to get rid of that rule, it will not happen. I would love to see it happen. I would love to see it. But it's incredibly unlikely. They might get mentioned, but they'll never make an appearance. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like Grove Street exists in 3D and HD. It exists in both places. Except that now the Ballas have Grove Street, not the Green Boys. So like, yeah.
The bridge. This bridge section was inspired by the Deception Pass Bridge, just up the road from Valve's office. We initially built this section as a pure navigation puzzle, gradually layering more gameplay into it. It also became the primary test case for our players' edge friction. In our movement system, we subtly increase friction on the player's deceleration as they approach the edge of a surface. Players have never noticed it, likely because it aligns naturally with their goal of stopping at the edge to look down, matching human tendency to move more slowly and carefully near a drop. But it's a critical feature for this part of the game. We know this because at one point during development, we accidentally broke it, and suddenly all of our playtesters started repeatedly falling to their deaths.
That's cool. I never noticed that. Basically, as you approach the edge, they increase the friction, and nobody has ever really noticed it because it works so well. But it makes it so that the closer you are to the edge, the same tap time, you're gonna move less, which lets you get right up to the edge but not fall off. That makes amazing sense, and like you'll notice how I haven't fallen off yet. I'm not. Like, if I do the same movement here, look how long that fall off on the speed is. Okay, that time I fucked it up, but like the fall off on the speed is way higher. It's really clever, is basically what I'm saying.
The
I'll
bridge.
replay for you.
This bridge section was inspired by the Deception Pass Bridge, just up the road from Valve's office. We initially built this section as a pure navigation puzzle, gradually layering more gameplay into it. It also became the primary test case for our players' edge friction. In our movement system, we subtly increase friction on the player's deceleration as they approach the edge of a surface. Players have never noticed it, likely because it aligns naturally with their goal of stopping at the edge to look down, matching human tendency to move more slowly and carefully near a drop. But it's a critical feature for this part of the game. We know this because at one point during development, we accidentally broke it, and suddenly all of our playtesters started repeatedly falling to their deaths.
It's really fucking clever.
Bridge playtesting. The bridge section was always a high point in playtests, with testers consistently having strong reactions to it. The tension they felt while slowly making their way over the girders was visible in their movements. Over time, we layered more challenges into the traversal, and playtests only became more entertaining to watch. From the train rumbling across the bridge and shaking the player, to a surprise head crab in a shack that seemed like a safe haven midway through, we did feel a little guilty relishing the playtesters' visible stress, but we weren't total monsters. After players made it across the bridge, they'd breathe a sigh of relief, disable the Combine shield, and then realize they had to return across the underside. Concerned they might be bored on the second trip, we decided to add a gunship to keep them company out on the girders.
Wow, that's kind of sadistic. I love it. Detroit become human, my friend. Detroit become human. They really left a lot of hints on. Oh yeah. This is their second chance to this out. Come on, go out to play.
Bridge gunship. We were particularly happy with the gunship fight, despite it being tricky to set up given the level geometry. Being on the underside of the bridge allowed the gunship to move fully around the player, using all 3 dimensions to position itself above and below at different moments. The girders provide plenty of high-frequency cover, creating opportunities for the gunship's fire to produce a fun and dynamic visual and audio display.
Okay, but actually though, Detroit Become Human is a great game. I actually really love that. Oh, hi. I think it's very good, to but ultimately might not have a lot of storytelling power to the point where it'll start being underappreciated after enough time. Are you talking about Half-Life or Half-Life or Detroit? Yeah. I mean, I think that it's a game that I will always appreciate, but I don't know is going to be long appreciated. Just in general, though. I really enjoyed it. Ow. I think you're right, but I also think that it was really a standout amongst them. Especially being near the end of that whole thing, it very much, I think, was a very visible example of the end of the genre. Or not really the end of the genre, but like, of the end of how it was put together. I think what I'm trying to spit out is I think it worked well. What do you think about Sony buying From Software? You know, the From Software. My head. You will not make comment until it becomes official. It's currently still on time. Absolutely. Would you be willing to make a comment on what you think is going to happen? If it does happen. Brian Shelley, we are optimistic? Fair, yeah. They've made Bandai Namco look good in the 2020s, so it's possible there's enough talent to withstand. Maybe, yeah. I thought they were expecting me to, like, continue. Like, so there's, like, rockets here ready to use, and... No, I just took that shit out. He's dead. Also, very clever level design there. I didn't have to press anything other than W. Nothing. Okay. Just gonna try that again with a little bit less depth. It's true. Did you know that Rare developed the Netflix app for the Wii? Or the Netflix channel, and also disc? The Wii, 480p output only, that's fine. 480p widescreen as well, but that's still fine. If you put a DVD disc into it and you used hardware decoding and everything, which was built in, it barely plays a DVD. They managed to get Netflix going. That is like so incredibly on brand for them. Yeah. It's an interesting bug with the shadows here. What? I've never seen that screen before. Yeah, honestly, I think Rare is a developer that should just be given their IPs and a pile of money, and just whoever gives money just walk away. Don't collect your money once it's done, because it most assuredly will. And it will be good, because that's their whole thing. Rare makes amazing good games. That's a ray of light. Yeah.
Transitions later. After stringing together a few levels with dark tunnels as transition spaces, we realized we could subvert player expectations by building another one that appeared to be a transition, but instead contained something else. Like everyone else, we saw 28 Days Later in 2002, loved it, and immediately wanted to create an escalating zombie encounter in one of our dark tunnels. It came together quickly, and we were pleased with the result. Years later, we met Alex Garland, the writer of the film. He had played and enjoyed Half-Life 2, and we confessed that his movie inspired this section.
That's fun. That's really fun.
Flashlight power. The decision to have both Sprint and the flashlight share the HEV's suit power was a controversial one in Half-Life 2. Initially, only Sprint used suit power, which made sense as it was meant to be only a short burst of speed. The flashlight, on the other hand, could be used indefinitely, but playtesting revealed an issue. Players often left dark areas without realizing their flashlight was still on. In brightly lit open areas like Coast, our performance budget couldn't support the flashlight being on continuously, so we needed a way to turn it off without player involvement. Limiting its power seemed like a simple solution, with the benefit of adding some tension to dark areas too. The challenge then became, what resource should it use? We already had suit power and didn't want to clutter the UI with a new resource just for the flashlight. We toyed with the idea of other player abilities using suit power, thinking it might be interesting to have players make trade-offs between them. This is a good example of game design often being about choosing between imperfect solutions. We didn't love the idea of Sprint and flashlight sharing a resource, but we also didn't want multiple resources cluttering the UI. In Episode 2, with no plans to add anything else that consumed suit power, we ultimately decided to give the flashlight its own separate resource.
Okay.
Ramming zombies with the buggy. As human beings, we have expectations for our physical world, as mentioned a few times in this commentary. One of those expectations is, if you hit a zombie with your car, it should get absolutely booted into the air. But getting this effect in-game isn't as straightforward as it is in the real world. For performance reasons, enemies like the zombie use a simplified collision box during gameplay. This is a box that fits snugly around the zombie with no part of the model sticking out. But when the zombie dies, it's converted into a ragdoll with more accurate, per-limb collision boxes, though this is more expensive to simulate. This change in collision representation adds further complexity when you ram a zombie with the buggy, beyond just the frame hitch. When the buggy first collides with the zombie, it touches the zombie's simplified collision box. The game then kills the zombie, converting it into a ragdoll that the physics system begins to simulate. Now, with more accurate per-limb collision, the closest part of the zombie may be several inches away from the buggy. As a result, the next time the physics system simulates, the zombie starts falling from gravity because the buggy is no longer pushing it. While it's only a short moment before the buggy reaches the zombie again, this small discrepancy made ramming zombies unsatisfying. They often fell out of the player's view. To fix this, we saved the force the zombie's collision box received when hit by the buggy, and applied that same force to the ragdoll after conversion. We also added a slight upward force to the ragdoll, launching it a bit. With these tweaks, zombies reliably folded over the front of the buggy when hit, which better matched player expectations.
I've noticed a bug with these dialogues. If you transition to another map, it thinks it's still playing, so the counter keeps going, but it stops playing until you return to the map. And then it'll continue playing from the point where you left, but not at the point of the timer. So it'll play partially until the timer expires and then end the audio early. Which is why I just did this. I was assuming it was going to be another level load, but I guess not. Still. That's fun.
D2, Coast 9. Late in Coast development, we reached a point where our game code was far enough ahead of our level design that our gameplay programmers were looking for more code to write and new tasks that could help Half-Life 2 ship. This was largely due to the demands of Coast levels, which placed a heavy burden on our level designers with their sheer scale and extensive train usage. As a result, our gameplay programmers began designing smaller scale encounters. Later, when our level designers caught up, they created this level by stitching together 3 separate encounters from the programmers and performing all the necessary finishing work to prepare it for release.
Oh, that's awesome. Shit like that, or just organically, like, hey, fuck it, I don't know I'm a programmer, but let's do this. The game just hitched, which gives me the thought that a bunch of enemies That's just there now. Okay. Yeah. Valve too, to be honest. They don't make many games, but it's rare that they miss. Is it abuse to kill them with physics objects? Maybe. Am I enjoying it? Yeah. This feels too intentional. I am disappointed by the lack of a hidden secret upon these roofs. Disappointed by lack of a secret up there. That was just too good. Oh shit! There's nothing there worth looting anyway. Oh, Valve. The only exceptions, there's two exceptions to that I can think of. One of which is just because they haven't made another one. Which is, yeah, I mean, there's Artifact and that other game from them, which was a weird game, but I think would take off if they released a sequel today. What's the other game? Valve games. List of Valve games. Ricochet. Multiplayer jumping game with a Tron-like aesthetic. Counter-Strike is a hit. It always has been. Let's look at the list of games they've released. Half-Life, Legendary. Team Fortress Classic. Led into Team Fortress 2, still Legendary, even though it was more of a Quake mod, actually. Like, it was original. Team Fortress Classic, straight up, was originally a mod for Quake. Valve hired the developers and made them make it into a mod for Half-Life. It's not a joke. That's actually what happened. Ricochet, modification for Half-Life. They never got a sequel. It doesn't even have a Wikipedia article. Came out 2000. Counter-Strike, Half-Life mod. Whatever. Deathmatch Classic. It's a mod for Half-Life. And it's pretty much literally, like, I looking at it here, recreation of the deathmatch mode from id Software's first-person shooter Quake in the Gold Source game engine. It's just Quake multiplayer. Yeah. Day of Defeat. Pretty good. It never got a sequel, but I don't think it needed one. Counter-Strike Condition Zero. It's kind of weird. Counter-Strike Source is a thing. Half-Life Source, honestly, Half-Life Source, it's the remaster, but it's worse than the original in terms of gameplay. There's, like, game-breaking, like, you cannot proceed bugs in it. It's not great. Quake being early esports was funny? Oh, absolutely. Quake is such a good game, though. It deserves it. No, of course, nobody was calling it that, but, you know. Half-Life 2 then happened, right? Wow, Half-Life 2. Released 2004 Windows, 2005 Xbox, 2007 Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, 2010 Mac OS, 2013 Linux, 2014 Nvidia Shield. Day of Defeat Source, Half-Life 2 Lost Coast 2005 on Windows, 2013 OS X and Linux. Yeah, they, Lost Coast, literally just a tech demo to show off HDR rendering, which I think they've integrated into Half-Life 2 with this 20th anniversary update. I'm not sure, though. I don't have an HDR display, and also neither did they, but they were doing their best with what was available, and I think if they brought modern HDR into Half-Life, it would look amazing, assuming you have an HDR display. So, you know. Half-Life Deathmatch Source, which is just that, but on Source. Half-Life 2 Episode 1, 2006 Windows, yeah. Half-Life 2 Episode 2, 2007, yeah. Somehow a year later, 2015, and it took an extra year for them to port Episode 2 to the Nvidia Shield in 2015, where Episode 1 came in 2014. Portal, 2007. Why does my room suddenly smell strongly of hand sanitizer? What the fuck? Like, it's burning my nose. What? That's weird. Team Fortress 2, Orange Box, Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead 2 came out a year after Left 4 Dead? That's wild. Because all of the maps from Left 4 Dead are in Left 4 Dead 2, so if you bought Left 4 Dead 1, damn. Alien Swarm, released for free along with full game code and mod tools. That's cool. All I remember about Deadlock was the moment where Dr. Disrespect was playing and his entire team quit when they saw he was on the team. Yeah, Well, Deadlock isn't out yet, though, in absolute fairness. It's not technically out yet. And it looks like it's going to be good. I'm excited to see where they take that. I think it's going to have a community. I think it's going to have a decent community, because it is a solid game. Portal 2, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Dota 2, Counter-Strike Nexon Studio. Originally named Counter-Strike Nexon Zombies, renamed 2019, developed with Nexon. That was a bit of a thing. The Lab, which is a thing. Artifact, yeah. You know, I think that Artifact could have recovered if the game was a little bit better, I'll be real, and they had actually released the planned Android and iOS ports. They were going to release them then a year after they came out on PC. I think it would have done well. Didn't, but I think it could have. Especially considering it was designed by the guy that made Magic the Gathering. Like, Dota Underlords, which is a standalone version of Dota Auto Chess. Yeah. Half-Life Alyx. Artifact Foundry. Which was apparently released in 2021, an expanded version with more features and streamlined gameplay. Basically a demo of Artifact 2.0. Valve decided the player base is too small to justify the continuation of the project, so it remains unfinished. Fair enough. After Death Job, Counter-Strike 2, Deadlock. Yep. Released years by system. TBD. Haha. Of course, then there's the other games they've published, like directly. Codename Gordon. Which is kind of unfortunate. Codename Gordon. You can't get it anymore. It was developed by a company called Nuclear Vision, but they went bankrupt and then it got unlisted. And of course there's Gary's Mod. Portal's still alive. Portal, the original Portal with 14 bonus levels, developed by We Create Stuff and ported as an Xbox Live Arcade exclusive, is based on We Create Stuff Flash version called Portal Flash version. Huh. Cool. Aperture Hand Lab, non-canon Portal spin-off developed by Cloudhead Games, a tech demo for the yeah, Aperture Head Lab. I played around with that Hand Lab. I played around with that, and it has a problem. If you're not using the right headset and you don't run it in Windows 7 compatibility mode, you're just stuck in the floor. It's really shit. It's visually fantastic, technically really cool. Also technically garbage. Unplayable unless you have like explicitly a Valve Index or an HTC Vive. And Windows 7 compatibility mode and run as admin. Otherwise you're stuck in the floor, which makes no sense. Running as admin should have no effect. And the compatibility mode, I don't know why you need compatibility mode to not be in the floor. That shouldn't be a thing. There's no reason for that to be a thing. Also, apparently there was originally going to be an expansion for Half-Life, developed by a company called 2015 Incorporated. It was canceled in 2000. Half-Life 2 Episode 3, by the way, another part of the reason why they didn't develop it or didn't finish it. They wanted to develop Source 2 first. The thing that recently, like in the last couple of years, happened. Oh. Half-Life 3, a version of Half-Life 3 was in development on the Source 2 engine from 2013-2014. Valve planned to incorporate procedurally generated levels, there's the Minecraft showing through, alongside a crafted experience, so no two full playthroughs of the game would be identical. It was cancelled as Source 2 was not yet stable enough to support full-scale development. That's fair. Borealis, a virtual reality game led by writer Mark Laidlaw, began in development in 2015, set aboard time-traveling ship Borealis. It was cancelled as it failed to gain momentum. Okay. I showed this earlier. but their Project Borealis, there's a demo on Steam you can get. It's actually really good. It's like 15 minutes. I actually completed it in 8. I uploaded the video to YouTube. It's really quite good. Yeah, Deadlock looks like it's going to be a good game. That was... I did not press the get out key there.
Battery finding. With the increased density of objects in Half-Life 2's gameplay spaces, we thought it would be interesting to have players search for a specific item, especially if there was some logic to where it might be found. This way, players could locate the item either through careful observation and deduction, or just by brute force searching the area. Since we already had models for cars and batteries, it was a natural step to create a small junkyard for players to explore. We also hid a couple of extra batteries in unexpected places, for the players who chose the brute force method. As with other item-based puzzles, this one needed a failsafe in case players lost the batteries. You can try throwing all of them over the cliff if you want to see what happens.
I want to point out that they just started me with a good time, so I'm going to throw all the batteries off the cliff. It's to make it fun. I don't know why it's Oh, presumably know to do this. Fair enough. Technically, how many do I need? 2? I'm gonna go ahead and say there's 4. Okay, so this one respawned here. Is the other one back in the cart? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, okay, so it just respawns them. Okay, fair enough. I did.
We're picking up radio chatter. They're looking for your car. Get your car in the garage.
Okay.
Buggy removal.
Go on foot from here. There's a secret path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack. Having you here to fight alongside us is going to make a big difference for morale. Crap. Here come the dropships.
Alright, you guys have fun.
Buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout Coast, players had been leaving the buggy and then returning to it, so we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the player is done with driving and will be proceeding on foot.
Performance constraints. For the final Coast arena, we envisioned a big finale where the player and a squad of citizens would hold out against waves of Combine soldiers, culminating in a gunship battle. Unfortunately, the computational cost of having soldiers and friendly allies moving around on terrain meant that the battle kept being scaled back to fit within our performance budget. By the time we were down to featuring only a single squad of soldiers at any given time, we were already late in development. Too late to make large-scale changes to the arena to accommodate more enemies, we had to redesign the flow of the fight to keep the number of soldiers to a minimum.
Buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout Coast, players had been leaving the buggy and then returning to it, so we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the player is done with driving and will be proceeding on foot. Buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout Coast, players had been leaving the buggy and then returning to it, so we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the
dropship deployment. Deploying soldiers from the dropships was tricky, as it required NPCs to spawn inside another solid object. To get them into the open where they could start navigating normally, they immediately play an animation that has them leaping out of the container the moment they spawn. Once that was working, we encountered another issue. Savvy players would simply just wait outside the container and shoot the soldiers during their exit animation. To counter this, we added a turret to the container to defend the soldiers as they exit. It doesn't fully prevent a player from taking advantage, especially if they're using an indirect weapon like a grenade or something, but that felt realistic and like a true-to-life countermeasure someone thinking strategically might take.
Okay, but then you went and gave me the ability to just be immune to bullets, so that's your mistake.
Performance constraints. For the final Coast arena, we envisioned a big finale where the player and a squad of citizens would hold out against waves of Combine soldiers, culminating in a gunship battle. Unfortunately, the computational cost of having soldiers and friendly allies moving around on terrain meant that the battle kept being scaled back to fit within our performance budget. By the time we were down to featuring only a single squad of soldiers at any given time, we were already late in development. Too late to make large-scale changes to the arena to accommodate more enemies, we had to redesign the flow of the fight to keep the number of soldiers to a minimum.
Lighthouse gunship. The gunship scenario here took some work to play out the way we envisioned it. We wanted it to unfold as it would in a movie. In the filmic version, a gunship would fire through the windows as the protagonist ascended the lighthouse, anticipating their movements. To simulate that anticipation in the game, we set up a complex series of trigger volumes along the staircase. As they detect the player moving up, they instruct the gunship to choose a new flight path that matches the player's altitude. The triggers also enable bullseye targets in the windows nearest the player. These are invisible game objects that the enemy AI will immediately perceive as hostile, and prompts the gunship to fire at the windows. This blend of AI and scripting is central to Half-Life's combat scenarios. The AI manages the general adaptive behavior of the NPCs, while the scripting customizes each scenario's unique requirements.
This way, Dr. Freeman. We'll take the cliff path before another gunship finds us.
Alright. Nice medic bags, by the way. And bandages and stuff. Actually, I'm pretty sure that... Oh my god, Half-Life 2 is in violation of the Geneva Convention. Half-Life 2 is breaking the Geneva Convention! You're not allowed to have a red cross. This is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Just gonna not. I'm gonna. Half-Life 2 is in violation of the Geneva Convention, LMFAO. So, under the Geneva Convention, you're not allowed to have a red cross. This happened with other games as well, but like, if you look at Stardew Valley, you see that if you look at Harvey's place, the doctor's house place there, if you look, the plus sign on the building is green because they were contacted. Well, because legally, under the Geneva Convention, you cannot use the red plus symbol for anything other than the Red Cross as part of international treaty under the Geneva Convention. That includes in video games, and they do enforce that. This is a violation of the Geneva Convention. I'm amazed that it has survived for 20 years.
Right along there. And watch your step.
Buggy theft. As we built the end of Coast, we decided to have the Combine steal the player's buggy. It really doesn't make logical sense, but after watching so many playtests where players developed a strong attachment to their buggy, we wanted to play with that emotional connection.
Motherfucker!
Once we implemented the theft, we had playtesters yelling at the Combine for stealing their ride, something we took as a sign of success. The soldier firing down from the cliff top is simply there to draw the player's eye up, triggering the look target and spawning the dropship with the buggy. Watching it now, 20 years later, we're struck by how ridiculous it all is.
It is completely ridiculous, but also completely correct, yes. Considering I just had that reaction while he was mentioning it.
Finest mind of his generation. Here is another small interstitial scene that ended up working well. The only requirement for this moment was to teach the player to stay off the sand. With prior scenes, we were still focused on simply making them functional. But by the time we got to this one, we were becoming more comfortable and started enjoying the process of putting extra thought into these moments. In doing so, we pushed the characters beyond being mere signposts, creating something more interesting and entertaining. After release, Laszlo went on to develop a larger-than-life following, reminding us how hard it is to predict what players will hold on to.
You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks! Don't step on the sand. It makes the antlions crazy. Laszlo, don't move. No. Help!
No, Laszlo!
Dear God. Poor Laszlo.
Not Laszlo!
Finest mind of his generation. To come to such an end.
Not Laszlo!
We were heading for the Vortigaunt camp, hoping to pick up some bug baits of these damn things and leave us alone. But without Laszlo, what's the point?
Oh.
I know you tried to help. I'll stay with him a while. There's something I have to do.
Last rites, I get it.
Go ahead. I hope you have better luck than we had.
I thought there was somebody there. I thought there was somebody crouched
Remember
here.
to stay off the sand. The antlions are edgy right now.
But no, it was just a texture. Can I just point out that it's wild this game still has occasional just little moments of lag? Not Laszlo! I'm gonna have to tattoo a penis on his chest in remembering.
Floor is lava. Building gameplay around broadly understood concepts like the floor is lava made training it easy. We liked how our physics system allowed for a high degree of creative freedom in how players chose to tackle it. Some built walkways out of many objects, while others focused on using just their two favorite sheets of metal. Some carefully followed the path up in the rocks, concerned about falling, while others moved directly towards the exit, perched on objects just above the sand. Playstyles varied. Some players considered it a failure if they summoned antlions, reloading immediately, while others enjoyed scrambling back up on the rocks to recover. We also liked that it functioned as a navigation puzzle, but could be turned into an arena if players preferred. Some just jumped onto the sand and fought their way to the end.
God damn it. I don't know why this wouldn't make them so mad. You can only pick them up if you can see. Hydrate coming up. Orange Pico tea. It's delicious. This has gone wrong. It's a bit hard to deal with that when you're just being thrown through the air, am I being honest. There's also this, I think. Right? I don't know. It is. Okay. Okay. I just realized I didn't grab a second piece.
Sandtrap Hunter. The explosive barrels are provided for players to use against antlions while standing safely within the Thumper's protection. But we're also using this as a hint for the upcoming Antlion Guard encounter, where players often use similar tactics to win the fight. Optional player actions, like launching explosives with a gravity gun, can be forgotten if they aren't used regularly. With the wide range of offensive options we give players, there's no guarantee they've used this ability recently. So here, we're subtly suggesting they bring it back into their toolkit before they face the guard.
Vortigaunt Extraction. This arena presented some tricky design problems for a couple reasons. First, the guard is a melee-only enemy, so we couldn't allow the player to reach areas where the guard couldn't follow. We did experiment with a few ranged attacks, but didn't like the results. Its goose-spitting attack, for instance, ended up looking ridiculous. The only non-melee attack that survived was its ability to bash physics objects at the player, but this required objects to be in range, which isn't always guaranteed. The second challenge was ensuring that no matter where the guard dies, the Vortigaunt can reach its corpse. This was essential as the game can't proceed if the Vortigaunt is unable to extract the bug bait.
Okay. I gilded it. Hey, Vortigaunt, how you doing? Good to see you.
The free man must follow.
The free men will follow.
The free men will do wise to heed our extraction of the Myrmidon's aromatic pheropods. The process is not entirely hygienic, therefore stand aside. The free man will have need of these pheropods on the paths ahead. Gather them now.
In rare cases, players could find themselves unable to kill the Antlion Guard in this arena. This would happen if they ran out of ammo or had misused all of the available physics objects, leaving nothing to launch with the gravity gun. To address this, we added a citizen on the mounted turret above the gate as a failsafe, allowing a stuck player to rely on a citizen to kill the guard.
Okay, so you, in other words, you made it so the player can kite the enemy over here. Just, yeah, okay. That's a clever use, a way to do that.
The antlions won't bother you now, Doc.
Your skin ain't looking so hot, not gonna lie. I think you might have a rendering issue here.
Well, Dr. Freeman, you're a regular antlion now.
Freeman must excuse us. It is rude of us to commune by flux shifting in front of those whose vocal inputs are impaired. Yes, we'll vocalize in auditory language as a matter of courtesy. Unless we wish to say unflattering things about you. Just so.
I did, but we're not gonna talk about it. I love how they said they were going to talk my language unless they're playing insult me, and then they immediately went to talking in their own language. Okay, here's my question. Who's getting takeout here? The actual question. That's a takeout box.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. Nova Prospect is just ahead.
Thank you.
One man alone wouldn't stand much chance going in there. But a man with a pack of antlions, well, that's a different story.
Fair enough.
The Freeman honors us by his presence. Follow Freeman.
Is it ever explained why they changed sides between the first and second game? I feel like it probably is, but it's not happened yet.
Bug bait training. This clumsy bug bait training is where we landed, having run out of time, but needing players to understand the tool for Nova Prospect's design to work. Generally, we aim to add enough flavor and context to training so it doesn't feel like training. It feels like a natural part of discovering something new. Here, though, we didn't quite manage that. As obvious as it may seem, bug bait wasn't something players intuitively grasped. We're well into the game now, so players have plenty of experience dealing with enemies. Before we added any training, the first playtesters who collected bug bait entered the next level and instinctively shot the first antlion they saw, because that had been working up until then. Half-Life tends to encourage a shoot first, ask questions later approach. Similarly, when players reached Nova Prospect, they didn't think to throw bug bait at the Combine soldiers and instead relied on their usual weapons. So, we needed this training not only to show how bug bait works, but also to demonstrate that antlions would be close to the player without attacking.
The Freeman will now be instructed in the use of theropods. Attend now and learn to shepherd antlions with the so-called bug bait. The Freeman will now break out his theropod and toss one into yonder pit. The Freeman has done well. The Freeman can also coax his antlions to attack specific targets. Observe the training mannequin and mark it well with another theropod. The Freeman again excels in all tasks.
So they're just not aggressive to me anymore. Cool.
Now, attend well. Apply pressure to your theropod to signal the antlions in your command to follow you. The Freeman shows his excellence in all things. And now this one must bid the Freeman farewell. Nova Prospect lies just beyond. Remember well what you have learned here. The Eli Vance has greatest confidence in you.
You're much nicer than the ones that tried to kill me earlier. Interesting to note, it appears that I have an unlimited number of them because there isn't any ammo counter or anything for this.
Thumper Final Stage. We liked the final stage of Thumpers, where their purpose is inverted. Now, instead of serving as a tool for safety, they act as a blocker for the player's antlion army. However, we probably should have incorporated more thorough Thumper training before this point. While it was acceptable for players to only partially understand Thumpers in the earlier Coast levels, the stakes are higher now because players are also trying out bug bait for the first time. Players who don't realize that this first Thumper prevents their antlines from moving forward may misunderstand how bug bait works. If they throw bug bait at soldiers in the first bunker and no antlines arrive, they might conclude that bug bait is unreliable or doesn't work as expected and switch back to using their weapons instead.
Assault on Nova Prospect. With an infinitely respawning antlion army on a coastline assaulting a fortified Combine base, it was hard not to try a Normandy-inspired level. Our initial prototype featured trenches leading up to Nova Prospect, with lethal machine guns forcing the player and their antlions to stay within the trenches to survive. It was thrilling to have machine gun fire and leaping antlions constantly passing above the trenches. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it work within our performance budget, and ultimately had to set it aside in favor of a completely different layout. However, the mounted guns remained, as their lethality proved useful in encouraging players to rely on their antlions.
What is this light? There isn't a source for this light. I think there was intended to be a light here, but it's just missing. dry. You can't really go in the water, can you? No, you can't. Presently trying to work out what exactly they're expecting me to do. I like how they all scream. Pet. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do there, because I can't take out those gun emplacements. Shall we? Good guy. That's fun. Sorry, bud. I didn't mean to. His instinct. Habit, really.
Alert. Contact status 0 with land fleet intercept team. Possible anti-system 1 reinfection. All movement sensors stabilization development. Move hard point. Nova Prospect Stabilization Force Directive 2. Engage reserve. Contain exogen incursion.
Good lads. You ate the body. That's approved. You know, this is the furthest I've ever gotten in this game. Like, ever. Nice spawn point right there. Not sure how to proceed here. Oh wait. I don't know how to proceed here. good, Antlions. Very good.
All perimeter units, displace to internal high points and prepare for final prosecution. Best inbound, go strong inbound. Prepare for special infantry.
I'm that guy that just keeps accidentally walking into the fire. You know? I don't know how you're gonna get up there, but get up there. Me and my antlion army. Such a creepy looking ball.
Nova Prospect Yard. The combat throughout the Nova Prospect Yard was largely inspired by our early observations of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. The antlions' high mobility and melee attacks paired well with the soldiers' range lethality and vulnerability up close. Antlions look great under fire, with particle effects flying everywhere, and when they finally reach a soldier, the resulting ragdoll effect is incredibly satisfying.
Probably should have. That didn't go as planned. But I'm working out what I need to do now. Where to hide there. to from here?
Magic wall. Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished this fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit. A wall that just explodes after the second gunship is defeated, revealing the way forward.
I didn't
We
notice.
reassured ourselves that most players wouldn't notice, as they'd be busy fighting the gunships, and our playtesting had shown that generally they all finished the fight before they reached this point.
I mean, I've been here most
With enough explosions throughout the arena, the destroyed, burning wall felt pretty natural, so we threw in a couple of simple gas puzzles on the other side to justify it. But no, we're not exactly proud of it.
Don't need to be proud of it. Just know that it worked.
Internal stabilization team. Deploy sterilizers in suspected infection blocks A5, A7, B2.
Magic wall. Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished this fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit. A wall that just explodes after the second gunship is defeated, revealing the way forward. We reassured ourselves that most players wouldn't notice, as they'd be busy fighting the gunships, and our playtesting had shown that generally they all finished the fight before they reached
That looks
this
like a
point.
load room right there.
With enough explosions throughout the arena, the destroyed, burning wall felt pretty natural, so we threw in a couple of simple gas puzzles on the other side to just.
Oh. Well, I guess my buggos aren't coming along, huh?
The player has just completed 2 combat heavy levels, so we wanted to slow things down once they got inside. These early levels were designed as a pacing change, allowing players to explore the layout of Nova Prospect's interiors. Along the way, we began to introduce the turret gameplay, first as an enemy to the player, and later as a tool they could use. Much of this level was built by reusing prototypes and art spaces created earlier in the project, when we were focused on shaping the look of Nova Prospect.
Turrets. Turrets were a useful design tool when the player had bug bait, as they could completely prevent antlions from approaching them head-on. This allowed us to create setups where the player couldn't just throw bug bait to proceed. They needed to circle around and clear the turrets so their antlions could follow. It didn't hurt that watching antlions get mowed down by turret fire was a great visual too.
Nova Prospect process. Like Ravenholm, Nova Prospect was initially designed with significant.
I gotta use the washroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Significantly different gameplay than what ultimately shipped. The first version focused on player versus combine soldier combat, with no involvement of antlions. Unlike other areas of the game where gameplay and art evolved together, Nova Prospekt received a large art push early on. This produced a set of reusable, polished sections of level geometry with art already applied. Assembling Nova Prospekt from these pieces worked well, as the prison's layout was naturally repetitive. And then later, when we returned with antlions and bug bait, we had to repurpose the geometry to fit the new gameplay.
Did you see that? That wasn't a soldier. That was the man that watches. I have no idea what his name is, but, you know, G-Man? Well, that's just the chair they were using back at the beginning of the game, you know. Watery. Same ambiance as was used in Portal 2. Genuinely, I remember this exact audio track. The sound of the water, yeah. That was cleverly hidden. Fair play to you.
Ground units deprioritize exigent containment. Hold for override codes.
Wasn't done in here yet. Also, can I point out that the Lambda Cache, like, actually just spray painting their logo inside Nova Prospekt? They didn't need me, they were already here. Okay. Yeah, this was definitely a prison at some point. This is a very big bathroom. Hey, bud, how you doing?
Allied antlions. Having an endlessly respawning antlion army attacking turrets and soldiers meant we had to spend time figuring out the player's role in Nova Prospect's combat. The player had already faced plenty of Combine soldiers, so we decided to make combat here feel more like a puzzle and a spectacle instead of a combat challenge. With that in mind, we created setups that remained in a steady state until the player intervened. By directly killing enemies, the player could tip the balance in favor of the antlions, but we wanted to make bug bait usage especially rewarding. In many scenarios, when the player threw bug bait onto enemies, we activated additional antlion spawners, unleashing a rapid rush of new antlions into the fight. The resulting carnage was the reward that made bug bait satisfying to use.
Ragdoll Vortigaunt. There's a lot of pain to see in this dead Vortigaunt, pain of our level designers. At the time, our development tools didn't allow us to directly pose a ragdoll, which is to say, when an NPC dies and it systemically ragdolls to the ground, we didn't have any control over what pose it ended up in. If we'd had some animator time, they could have given us a single frame animation and roughly the pose we wanted, but we were late and our small animation team was already overloaded. So a level designer positioned the Vortigaunt above the chair, told it to die as the level loaded, and waited to see what pose the ragdoll settled into. Then the designer moved the Vortigaunt slightly and tried again. We can't remember exactly how many attempts it took, but it was way, way more than you'd think.
Fair enough. How am I supposed to go up? I mean, oh, you know what? Duh. There's a ladder over here. Although that doesn't help. Oh god. Startled me. Although I have just... Yeah, that's mine. Hang on. Alright, I'm gonna finish this here for you guys today, and we'll continue tomorrow. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get up to the second level of this prison. But anyway, have a good night, everyone.